Oh, and the stream should be starting any second. And yes, there's the thumbnail. With that being said, why is my mic not working? Properties. Nope. Oh, there it is. Okay, I was looking at the wrong thing. Hello. I will be getting started shortly. Hi, Cody. Tank building time, yes. Going to be doing a lot of development sort of stuff. I've kind of been building like different test platforms and different designs. I have been calling them marks, so if I recall correctly, we're on like mark 30 or something. This is like the furthest built prototype I have. I don't even think this thing... No, it doesn't have an engine in it. It just has turret controls. And this thing's got quite a bit of issues with it as well. It's nowhere near ready. Oh, I am stuck in here. Let's get out top. And this is the last tank. I was doing some armor testing, if it wasn't already obvious. And this guy, which actually I really like and worked out well. The only problem is I'm still using an oscillating turret design for this one. And the gun elevation depression is just total garbage. So, one of the first things I actually want to do is to look at... I need to find my armor testing platform. Here's one of them. I want to see something. So let's... I just want to make a big chunk of armor so that way I can actually do some like armor testing. And the first layer it's always going to hit will be the heavy armor. Merkava lurking turrets. Yeah. Well, the Merkava is a lot flatter, I think. Technically, that's a cleft turret. Oh, instead of oscillating turret, yeah, I can see that. Because it has the two static armor plates on either side. My mouse is being buggy. Oh no, this is my armor test platform. There's some things I still want to do testing wise before I fully commit to another tank. Oh, I gotta fucking delete. It's not gonna work when there's already a test in the middle of this gun range. That was unexpected. My voice just cut out. I'm not sure why. Okay. This was not the result I was expecting. Excuse me, game? I don't have infinite ammo on, do I? No. These should be armor piercing rounds. Yeah, damage is getting through. Weight makes your tank supposedly explode 100 times more. Put a layer of regular blocks after the weight. So are you saying like weight regular like that, James? There is a wall of blocks after the wall of weight. Right. So just one weight block and then that? The weight taller doesn't matter. It's just, it actually hits right on this layer of blocks. This is just a cutout so I can see. Layers, but weight will only be damage after the first 3. The issue is you need 6 layers in total to stop the battle cannon, which is why damage is appearing here, because this is considered one thick layer. Just hides it. Here, let me do... Space armor works, technically. The space armor works, it's just not the most efficient. If you have a secondary grid like this is, you can actually cram more armor in. Like, say, this, because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers thick. And if you put that on the outside, then this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 layers thick. So wedges do have lots of issues. My actual go-to other than wedges is these. So you can actually tell how the game's going to calculate penetration. So if I were to do that, this will be counted as 3 layers, and it has a lot more coverage than wedges would from a frontal perspective. There is still some gaps around the edge, but it works really well. And you can actually stack these together like that, which will fill a lot of the gaps, and you have these large plates inside. I'm going to save this real quick because I'm going to return to this in a sec. However, if I go back to this design, you can see there's some issues, some things that, like, sometimes the game wants to place armor a certain direction. But if you look at this front plate, you can see how it's layered. And then actually moving those plates over to the side as well. Sloped wedges. Oh, so you have wedges on a angle, I'm guessing, or on a pivot. Turn that off. The thing is, if you have wedges on a pivot, it would still be the same, should still be the same, like, lag quantity as if you just did this with another, because these are all one entity. One other concept I have been working with was windows. Windows have really small collision boxes, and you can actually stack a bunch of them together in a small space. But they're really laggy, a pain to work with, and can be inconsistent and have issues, and yeah. Like, you can't use the small ones, and you can't use the flat ones, but if you grab, like, the 2x2, and you look at it, it has a really flat profile. And you can stack those into each other. However, what I was more curious about was something completely different. Hmm. That let the damage straight through. The pivots on top are to test damage. So basically, if these get damaged enough that they stop functioning, that is, in my opinion, a broken component. If they're damaged, like, visually, but still work, I can work with that. These are like, if they get hit and they stop rotating, then they are broken. Like that. You can hear them winding down. They're slowing. They've been damaged. Hmm. Hmm. And here you can see the armor on the front. Let's load this back in. Let's leave that there. So let's see if I can sync the battle cannon into this and it disappears essentially. I don't think it will because I want to say those are going to be treated as, yeah, treated like that. Which means if I shoot that, the battle cannon will more than likely take damage. No, it didn't. Weird. There we go, it took damage. So, let's see, heavy autocannon. This one completely blends into the tank. I think this one considers it to have wedges on top. Yeah, it does. So if I did something like this in theory, it couldn't hurt the autocannon. Now it can hurt that little bit, but that's a much smaller target to actually hit. So a lot of this is going to come down to like how well you can homogenize your armor. So if, for example, I take this, and I'm not going to build a full engine, but let's see how many of these components are considered square. Yes, long barrels make this gun spread less, but it's extremely negligible. They're still inaccurate. Like, awfully inaccurate. Okay, those are all being dealt with. So, yes, barrels do make guns more accurate. However, you will never have a heavy autocannon that is the accuracy of a battle cannon, or you'll never have a battle cannon that's the accuracy of a artillery gun. The gun itself deals more with the accuracy than the actual length of the barrel. The length of the barrel just adds a percentage on the end, and that's all it is. It's still just wildly inaccurate and unusable at most ranges. Let's make sure this is also... Alright. Let's see. Oh yeah, I forgot. Fucking hell. I put the engine in the front of this tank. So I want to see. Yes, this does appear as that. Let me try something with this, though. Even denser than uranium. No, ERA is not possible. Not from what I've tested. So that's a pain. Hmm. Hmm. Because what I'm seeing here is that even though this is a solid chunk, because the game divides up into different layers, the collision treats it like different layers. So this is getting damaged all the way through. But as soon as I make this a solid surface again, nothing goes through. So if my theory proves correct, you could essentially do whatever you want inside your tank. Let's just say this needs to be up on a podium so the round actually hits it. Call this a seat. Now, the seat is only 2 blocks tall. Yes, there's collision up here, but it's not counted in the actual seats, like, collision thing, yeah. in theory, seat shouldn't be damaged, but it is. Why is that? Why is this damaged? Let me... Oh, that's why. Because it doesn't go down to the bottom. It's considered two different layers. But as soon as I do that, it's going to consider this to be one big chunk, and as a result, it's hitting armor first. Now it shouldn't care. Okay, that is... I'm getting different results from testing. Nice. Inconsistent results from testing. Um... Is it because of the type of block I'm using? Yes, it does. So if I do... but then immediately wall, that wall will get damaged, but not the seat. Not this cluster won't receive any damage, but that seat will. Or that wall will. Why? Why did this receive damage when 2 seconds ago it didn't? Game. Very inconsistent physics. Yeah, it's being extremely inconsistent. But this is stopping it. Curious. Does it also care about, like, the size of the brick being hit? Like, the bigger the brick, the more it absorbs damage, maybe? Because before it was only doing like just barely over 1. Yeah, but now this is dealing damage. What? All the testing I've done so far says that that shouldn't be the case. But now this works fine. Is from the front this splashing the sea? So what you're saying is I delete this and don't have a wall there. Alright. So what if I just did... Yeah, that's not going to work well. But that should... No. Okay, that's what I was wondering. But I can't do the same with the battle cannon. Because it doesn't do the same thing. Because it's really wacky with how it does it. Because of this part in particular. Unless... Could I do this? Now, in theory, the breach itself is still vulnerable. But this should actually make the rest of the gun good. So if, for example, I wanted to... I can't put those wedges there. So, for example, I did that, and this was the mantlet. Would save my breach. But what if I did... Oh, and I'd have to put a battle cannon here. Battle cannon track. Belt. That didn't work. Did it? Oh, because the wedge is on top. No? Why is that damage down there? Now let's see if it strikes this part. Track segment. Because that's going to cause it to be segmented. That's going to cause issues. I am a little bit lower. I think it's just going to shatter the... I can't aim lower at this design. What? Apparently you can't type a negative first. You have to put a number and then put a negative in front of it. What? Okay, apparently I'm going to miss it entirely. Okay, that's what I was trying to hit. Still didn't seem to damage the cannon. Surprisingly enough. Okay, there's the cannon gone. Oh, this is frustrating. That's not gonna work out well, I don't think. Hmm. I still feel like the only like convenient way to do armor is still the same sort of like basically the same thing I've been doing for all my tanks, which is um the separate entities here. Let's, just for the sake of testing, let's load this as grid. This one's being a bit buggy. Hmm. That did not work. Hmm. It would also help if I, decent rates. This is not working out well. There we go. That's kind of what I wanted. There we go. Now we have just a lot of plates, like, jammed inside there. I can actually get up there and look. A lot of plates. Look at that, nothing came through. Zero penetration. I think I saw one of the windows come flying out the top, but still zero penetration. The thing is, like, how to make this compact and not laggy. These are tempting. Because I've worked with these before, but if the, like, not only do there need to be places for the hard points themselves. Guessing those didn't layer well on its pen. No? Actually a little surprised. Alright. Hmm. These aren't going to merge, are they? Nope, they're not considered to be attached. Just use other tanks of space armor, yeah. I think I've caused a congestion. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. So in theory, those should all be all I need. Because that's 5 plates with the first round hitting the front. There we go. There we go. Yeah. This is like the best armor package I've been able to build so far, which is like the plates package essentially. The problem is, as you see, the kind of setup for it is quite convoluted, and it only really works right where this armor is. That block aren't protected. Like, yeah, that's not even close to where it is. So let's see, just for the sake of testing. Let's go and grab copy. Come on, go in there. Come on, go in there. Yeah, that one's just... Oh, I didn't put a bomb on, apparently. Oh, well. That one worked well. Also worked well. So here, let me go ahead and delete these. Now recreate one of the designs I had experimented with. Essentially, what we'll have is one of these here. And then actually with a plate this large. Just do that. And then it'd help if I put the other ones down. So now you have this like really flat, compact armor, and there's a huge ass gap in it apparently. Okay. Yeah. You could get around this by using the larger plates. These are the small ones. Like what? Those are the 2x2. Here's 2x4x4, which are literally the same size. And these won't have the gap in the center. So using windows as ceramic plating in your armor might actually be a reasonable strat. Wait, what? Those aren't full sheets. They just have a wedge in them. What? Is it because of the ones on the end that are causing that to happen? Okay, there they go. Now they're full sheets except for the tops. Oh well. But I don't think all those collisions are gonna be fun. I highly doubt that. But effective. Can I get rid of the front plate? Just out of curiosity. No, I don't have enough. Could add one more. These be better one higher. Yeah. Once again, you have that issue of like here on the edges, you're gonna be lacking protection, but if you hit it straight on, that's a pretty big sheet. Which also kind of makes me wonder. Would you... I want to do this. Yeah, that's not going to work because it's going to fall past a hard point and try and grab it. No, I don't want to control this. Oh, well, these will settle in here. Nope. Hmm. Essentially, yes, Jazzy. Ropes can. Oh, it's not the ropes; it's the actual connectors. Okay, I was gonna say like, what those can count as blocks? What the? Ropes contain some kind of collision. Color me interested. Do they not contain collision? They just kind of show up in the screen. I wonder if that's the case. I want to fire and see what happens. Yeah, I kind of should have expected that. I am curious still, though, if like ropes could be used for something. Context. So so far how armor seems to work is if we real quick just press play. You notice everything's made of these grids. Each one of these is considered a layer. A battle cannon will penetrate 6 layers. A heavy autocannon will penetrate 4, so on and so forth, going up and down. Artillery is oddly enough still 6. And light autocannons is only 2. So, if the first block on a layer is the weighted block, it also increases the value of that layer. However, it's complicated because the game kind of like auto subdivides these grids like this. Like this looks like a chunk of just blocks, but no, it's actually like 10 different chunks of blocks. And because of the way it subdivides, you have to take that into account when building. I'm going to save this real quick. When building armor. So here's one of the turrets I was working on. And if we look at the front, you'll notice a very deliberate design in the way these layers actually happen. And on the sides, there's some of that same layering going on. There's some issues here and there with certain spots. This side especially is a little broken. But that's how the game does layers, does calculations for armor. So here, this thing should be impervious to everything. Front on, nothing should block it. Off to the side, you'll start seeing like 1, 2, 3, 4. Like if I hit here, I'll go through 3 or 4 layers. So that could stop a heavy autocannon. On the sides, light autocannon more than likely. However, there's also a fun phenomenon of if we load back into the test platform and we put the seat. Now the seat's a very important object, so let's just put something behind that. Now, to prevent this joystick from getting calculated as a separate object, now we have a seat brick. And to protect that seat brick, we can just put that. And now you'll see this is the seat, this is the armor. You have that little plate there to help with it as well. The seat should be impervious. However, it's not, because fuck you, the game doesn't care. I'm not sure why that's not impervious. For anyone who's been watching for any significant amount of time, you will note that 5 minutes ago, this seat would have been indestructible. Now it's not. Don't ask me why, don't ask me how. According to this, it should be. What? I think this might actually do it. Physics are deterministic. Not sure what that means. I may need to Google that. Deterministic. Relating to philosophical doctrine that all events, including human actions, are ultimately determined by causes regarding and external to the will. Fuck if I know what that means. Um, so yeah, you can see some of the damage is getting through, but the seat should be safe. There we go. But you also notice, while the seat is safe, that wall is getting absolutely demolished. Yeah, it's a pain. It really is. Let's see something now. But if I do this, it should, in theory, block all of the damage before it even gets close to the seat. As it does. So this is kind of what is happening in that front plate that you saw on the turret. You can see all of these are considered as a separate entity. They have a better block fill than the wedges do. There's just a itty-bitty little gap on the top and sides. That's not the right button. There we go. So if one of the rounds hits this, these all count as separate layers. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and after this, that bullet is completely inert. There's no damage behind that bullet. I could lessen this by 1 layer, which would mean that it will hit this block, but it's at that point so weak it's really not worth it. It'll barely do any damage to it, barely scratch it. Now you should actually be seeing damage appear right there. And damage appearing here. Now what I want to know is how many of these layers can I remove before the seat starts getting damaged. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 layers. But in reality, that's 1, 2, well, that's 5, but I could actually do something different. Because what if I just did this? They so far I haven't noticed any big frame rate issues. I'm guessing it does have some tie to frame rate because the game does try and auto generate these subgrids to have the minimal. So I'm guessing it does have some reference on frame rate, but negligible. Okay, yeah, that'll still get through the seat. So this in theory is like the best frontal plate you could get. Oh, well, I shouldn't actually say that because I do know ways to make it smaller with, of course, we were testing Windows a second ago. And I do know some methods with wedges. Because wedges are wacky, and if you layer them properly, the problem is wedges have really shit coverage compared to like this. Because here, just for the sake of, let's put this next to a wedge-based system of the same type. So they have similar heights. They're actually the same height-wise. But if I were to go like this, and you look at this from the side, you have a little sliver on the side that's showing compared to a full block. Come over here, you have almost half a block that's showing compared to a full block. Which would be okay, but at the same time, when you have that on both ends, it's like not good. It's not gonna end. It's really not. And like these are even worse. Cause these, I'm pretty sure these have like no, about half a block. So up top they're the same, but down at the bottom, not very good. There is ways you can like reverse these and slot them into each other, and that can add double layers. Yeah, slotting wedges into each other works well. Um, but also for like slotting wedges into each other, you have to use like a mechanism of sorts. Yeah. But let's just say, for example, I'm not going to make a mechanism to slot these together. Let's just say, for example, these have been slotted together. These are awful. Just by themselves? Like this, that there is the only extra coverage you get. Like this little strip right there. Your bullet has to go through 6 of those. And say, for example, you do this sort of system. layer them in a sort of brick pattern. I'm not sure what you mean by a brick pattern. So like this? Like this. Is this what you mean by brick pattern? Because here, let me. Because yeah, you can just do this. You could just drop these and they'll slot in. But it's like you get a little extra coverage here. Every second layer is offset by a block. Yes, you can do that. It doesn't help. It's very, very, very negligible the amount of benefit it actually gives. Like, could there be a position where you could have. I think if that were the case, we would have to use the big wedges. I think this would be the best option for that. So for that, let's just move these off each time. I'm going to delete this because right now we don't need this. And we're not gonna bother with the rest of it. So let's just say that this is the goal for the plate. Contact sensor? You'd have to have multiple layers. No, it's just a single block. The actual sensor doesn't render as part of the block when it comes to physics. Okay. Yeah, it's being a bit buggy. Here, I'm gonna put a hard point on this. There we go. So if we say right here, we have 1, 2, kind of 3, 4. Like, the issue with doing the whole... the issue with doing the whole, like, building bricks is as you offset these, you're going to introduce more weak spots. So where instead you could consolidate a single weak spot to a single point, i.e. know that point or put it in a place where it's not going to cause much issue anyway, where in here, you're essentially putting a weak spot in the center of your armor. The upside is you could... Because if you use this as just like the turret cheek by itself, what? There we go. You could do something like this. This would be a full 6, but it'd only cover like this central 3 blocks. Now this, you could have as like a breach. I might know a way where this would work. Because I wouldn't want the weakness around my breach. That's like something I would go no to. However, if you are building a full or 4 tall turret, for example, this one just for the sake of testing. Fun fact, the turret ring, this top section of the turret ring doesn't matter if it gets damaged. It doesn't care. It's only the bottom one that is important. So if you did something like this with wedges, and let's just say your breach is there. I forgot to. That correctly, did I? Nope. So you have something like that. That's still a really big gap. So for example, if we have a pivot that we'd want for our gun, that could be behind the armor. This here is pretty much cannon fodder. We could actually build this out. So that even that section is protected of the same quality. So essentially, not sure why that's doing that. But essentially having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 up top, and then having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the bottom. Yeah, that's being weird. So if I wanted to, for example, this would work. But the problem is now I have a 4 tall turret and essentially the same armor protection. Where it's like right now, this is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 3x1s? There's no 3x1s, Barney. Only 4s. There's 1s, 2s, and 4s. There's no 3s. I think if I was going to use this, I would have to use it. Yeah, using it vertically, I'm trying to avoid 4 tall turrets. I've always gone with like 3 tall turrets. And if I'm going to go with a 4 tall turret, it's also kind of like, why would I do this when I could just... I seriously find these more easy to work with. Here, something. Because like this is that's the front mantlet that I used on my other designs. That's a bit of an issue. The way it's creating that edge, I don't like that. It's wanting to do that because of the way these are inside. I should break that up. Yeah. So now you've still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then this would be the 6th. Which I think I might have just made it so that the breach is in line with the gun. So if I fire this, it's going to go down the center and hit something. And I feel like a lot of this is just going to be like this is just not really trial and error, but getting the right armor layout like that. Looks nice and should work fucking gorgeously. However, as you can see, on the other side, it's not being as cooperative. Because the game, like, kind of generates those. So what I'd have to do is come in here and make this one manually. Try and break that automated slope that's happening here that I don't want to appear. Which means builds could not be symmetrical. This is going to cause one on the other side, I bet. No? But for some reason, that slope isn't wanting to interact. So what if I made these three the opposite way? Yeah. For some reason, that slope doesn't want to connect to these. And it's all about like fiddling with it and tricking the system into, oh, these should be a connected set. It's like nothing. Hmm. This is why I haven't like made a new tank lately, because I've just been doing this and like banging my head against the desk. Yeah. Like literally randomly this slope doesn't want to connect. I literally just deleted and replaced the block and now it's fixed. Frustrations. But yeah, this is like the armor system that I found being the best so far. And it also just looks nice. Like this, yeah, you might see some serrations on the side, but if you actually cover those up, you can make it look really nice really easily. I actually have a curiosity. Oh, I wish I had cut it. What? That's game. Why you do that? That one looks so gorgeous. Why you do that? Yeah. This has essentially been what I've been doing since like the last battle I did, building and designing things like this. And trying to get these armor plates to look gorgeous. Like, come on. That looks nice. And then, like... Actually, I think this would be a bit shorter. Let's load test plat. Let's also load in this again. Merge this to this. And now if we fire, looks nice. However, I remove a layer. Now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the sixth one is going to be the armor plated layer, essentially. Which means that, well, yes, the like, this layer that you'll see inside the tank will get damaged. None of the components can be. So if I go grab a new vehicle, grab a turret ring, if I decide to use the medium one, so top-down missile. If you make a top-down missile, go ahead. Just hope it doesn't get blocked by radar jamming and other shit. I've been debating back and forth between using the medium and the large. The medium's what I've been using so far. However, it does have some issues. Especially with, like, you can't really put much in the turret. For mine, I've been using a lot of, like, oscillating turrets, which has been fine. But I do want to have some sort of battle cannon on this. I might just make it as, like, a fucking tow launcher on the side. So I have, like, the main gun, and then I have just a 6-shot battle cannon tow launcher, whatever you want to call it, just for those really, really thick targets to deal with. So essentially what I would need is on the front of this turret, let's do symmetry down the center. I want to see if I can pause. I can't this. Oh, symmetry's not in the center. There we go. I get this to play nice and stretch. Why did you divide? Now let's see if I can get it to play nice and just like stretch. No. Also, it's interesting how it puts little wedges in the corner. I don't understand how this game does, because those are all like, oh, those are kind of cute, and that one's like, hurt. Anyway. I want to see if I can do that. And then having wedges here. I want to see if I can get the side plate to actually morph into it as well. So if I do this, I'm hoping. Oh no, I need to bring this down one. One side did it. Because there you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that is like an amazing front mantlet on one side. So if I'm just going to do this so it doesn't fall over. It's frontally. You have this like gorgeous front plate. And then as you go back, okay, that's not what I wanted to do. But on this side, it's just gone full stupid. Full stupid. Like, no hold back. Full stupid. Okay. Why? Why? Game? Why? Like, this is honestly frustrating to look at. Like, this is gorgeous. This is exactly what I want. Like, almost to a T. I grab that block, please? Fuck you, game. Alright. Huh. Okay. Now the other plate's broken too. Okay, we're looking good. Yeah, I wish I could get that top slope in. I'm gonna save this just in case. Let's see if we can fix it by doing the same thing we did earlier, which is just delete and replace those slopes. I hope this doesn't just like break it. Okay, it fixed one side. Yeah, like that. This is gorgeous. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This has 7 layers in it if you count that front tip, because I just changed that slightly. But that wedge, dude. There we go. Like that last layer is a little busted, but at the same time, I don't really care that much. Oh. Look how gorgeous that is. It's not symmetric. I'm noticing this now because that one and that one are not correct, but I don't care. It's that I care about. And just look at that front plate too. I'm curious now if I could actually make this the best that I can. Okay. So I didn't do those under this, so. Can I actually bring this out further so I can put some side armor on? So what I'd want to do is try and get this plate to be a single continuous plate. But no. That's that. This one worked. Also, still love the look of that front plate. All right, let's delete these. Replace them. No, not quite. However, what if we did... This is going to be like the final design anyway. Ooh, that looks gorgeous. It's not symmetrical. Okay. Looks nice, but it's not actually like fulfilling the desired outcome. Let's try and do it inverted. See if that causes it to connect the way I want it to. No, it does not. I'm afraid that might just be the best we're going to be able to get it to. And it's to be honest, I don't think you can get this perfect. If you want it perfect, you have to do the other design, but then you wouldn't get these like wedge shapes in it too. Because like this, it's not only do you have the breech part, but you also have like these angles. So even if you hit at a certain angle, these are going to actually help with stopping the round. So even if you get hit like this weird of an angle, it's still going to do something. That might actually be the better of the two. Maybe this is the side that I should change. Or I should just not really care because this is the side armor anyway. And I'm kind of curious about, like, just for example, having a battle cannon just, like, tow missiled on the side. As if you know the Bradley. Or even just... I might be able to do something, because I want some gun depression. That is another thing with this one. It's like, I don't want to fight on flats. I want to be able to use hills to my advantage. But if I do something like this... How much gun depression do I actually get? Hmm. An S tank with that armor? Problem being, you really couldn't put the engine. You might be able to put the engine in there. I doubt it. You'd have to, like, really, really, really mess with the way the layers would work. Because you can make I believe you can just make an engine that is treated as a just brick. You just have to hope that StormWorks subdivides it properly. Is what I... Oh, that's... Please come back here. Because what else to keep in mind is actual gun elevation as well in this design. Like, honestly, that's... I think that's manageable, especially in the kind of combat we're doing. Is how many rounds are in this? Just for the sake of 1, 2, or let's just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 11 on one side, 22 in total, 23 if you count the center there. Fragmentation? Fragmentation in my tests does nothing. Like, less than nothing, honestly. If you shoot it towards an infantryman, it doesn't hurt them at all. The best area of effect round. Alright, let's test that. Fragmentation. Let's not have symmetry on. Simple seat. Behind a single layer of armor. What? Battle cannon I has a greater AoE incendiary. Yeah, because useless, yeah. I'm not sure. Kinetic frag. So you're saying that... Here, let me connect the seat to the gun real quick. Make sure player damage is on. Okay. James, EOD suits aren't banned. I just didn't really think about them. Or EOD, lack of EOD suits. Bomb disposal. Let me also put on some health first aid. James, that there is specifically what is not allowed and specifically what is limited. Other than that, nothing else has regulations on it. The rules literally are what isn't allowed and what is limited. Like you can't have a welder, but you can have a water welder. You can have one water welder. You can only have one fire extinguisher. And then like placeable welders aren't allowed. The rules literally are what's not allowed and what is limitedly allowed. Needs to be vanilla, needs to be built by you, needs to be land-based. No auto turrets, no high explosive rounds, no incendiary rounds, no auto welders or welding torches. No old or outdated parts such as radars, etc. No boarding of an enemy tank. Trailers and resupplies are allowed. Size constraints are for the other spawn. And then the item limits, you can have one first aid, one water welder, one fire extinguisher, one armor vest. Nothing else is stated. Already wearing an armor vest. Oh, I was already wearing an armor vest during all that testing. Okay. Hmm. There, I've added armors and suits are allowed. Because honestly, limiting it to one vest doesn't make any sense anyway, because if you have one, you only have one tank operator anyway. So fragmentation does damage through that. Armor piercing. I'm not in line with the cannon. In line with the cannons over here. I'd use AP since it's less likely to overpen. Fragmentation devastating. So let's see. Heavy autocannon. Fragmentation. Oh, artillery. I didn't hook up the thing. So let's see. Artillery gun. That did a lot of damage. And it also did damage over here, so it's definitely fragmentation. Okay, I want to see how that does in comparison to the high explosive version. Just immediate KO. Okay, now I'm not wearing the suit because I just died. Oh, I still have HE loaded. Let me make sure. Oh, I'm in the wrong seat. Yeah, that's half your health. More than half. Ow. I want to see what HE looks like again. I know it's going to kill me. I don't care. I'm just going to disconnect that real quick. I just want a single shot of HE. Oh, that's the wrong. I hit the wrong button. Okay, yeah, that's kind of bullshit because that is an entire that is the size of my tank. Fragmentation is still a little busted in my opinion. But at the same time, that is an artillery gun, so it kind of makes sense. And I also don't like the fact the artillery gun has the same penetration as the battle cannon. Like, for example, let's see how thick we need before we don't feel any of the damage. Yeah, trying to protect it. Okay, that still took half our health. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like 6 or 7 blocks is the explosive radius, which isn't bad when it comes to the actual armor of stuff. Because, like, for example, the tank I just built, if you hit the front plate with an arty, I'm going to get hurt. Of course I'm going to get hurt. But at the same time, EOD suit... Let's put this back. Now this makes me want to revisit artillery. Because, like, that was a big thing with my tank, was as much as I can destroy the vehicle, actually killing the participant inside is a pain. Oh, I already used missiles, Jazz. Like, have you seen my last tanks? This guy got 8 missiles tied to this thing. Oh, the chaff is still active. But radar missiles and chaff. So, James, do you think we should have limits on what kind of, like, weapons we use, like missiles? Like, this one has mines on it. Or you can also do what this tank does, which is throw mines. Those mines actually do, like, fuck with the radar signature, which is something you have to keep in mind of during a battle. Is if I come over here and I try and aim at that. Hey, it worked. A lot of times my missiles will actually get, like, attached to one of the mines, too. Oh, it still tried to correct itself. Yeah. Too light to disrupt radar. So you're saying faster missiles? Yeah, I don't feel like fucking missile balancing right now. These are meant to be like long-range tow missiles. And still meant to, like, have some level of maneuverability, so you don't have to be 100% accurate with them. Proceeds to show them not hitting the target. Okay, they're more accurate in range. Why are they just going way off into the distance? What? Missile eaters? Okay. So if you're saying a tank over 250 mass, then make a tiny tank so it's stealth. Just a seat with a gun. Here, let me. Isn't the Jade? Where's the fucking? Here it is. The Emerald. Less than 250 mass sub-objects become visible to radar. Fucking stealth planes, stealth tanks. That would be fun. God, that big ass barrel. Honestly, revisiting an artillery tank with like the new engine tech, like this is using a really bad engine and this old smoke system. I might revisit an artillery tank. Like this boy is kind of big. If I remember correctly, this is before they added the new tracks. So these are like the really big tracks. Yeah. Pretty sure these are the chunky tracks. They actually do look kind of good. The only issue with defeating missiles is that chaff has a detonation time. Um. Oh yeah, no, James. This was before the 3x3x2 tracks were in the game. This is before that. Also, the like barrel camouflage. So issues I had the last one. Oh, the 3x3x2. But these are five. These are 3x3x2. You want a wider variant of this? You also could just do interleaved road wheels too. Flipping over is my thing. You still. Well, the 5x5 is big, but do you remember when wait, are these the Oh, these are wider. That's what it was. Yeah, these are 3 blocks. These are 2. Kind of get that. Could you just do like a interleaving road wheel sort of situation? Know about what tanks? I don't know what yaw tanks are. Can you send me like a link for that so I can see it? Hear me out. Which then makes me kind of curious. Yeah, the only thing I see is like visual benefit, maybe. Honestly, there's really no use for redundancy. Even if you break one of the wheels, it doesn't really do anything in tracks. So the issue I have with using wheels in the center of the tracks, 'cause I've experimented with them. Also, keep in mind this is a really old tank, so it's really garbage. Um, One of the issues I have with putting wheels in the center is traction. Tracks have really good traction, have better turning at higher speeds. If you're using tank steering specifically, um, I have worked with a tank that had tank steering, but also the front road wheel turned slightly, so at high speeds you could use like a natural turning. Let me go find it actually. I'm not sure if I saved it. Um, oh, I know I saved it. If I'm correct, it was a wheeled. Here it is. If I remember correctly. Yes, there is steering in the front rotor wheels on this. This is a concept car. I actually do like it. There isn't any suspension on this particular model, but does have neutral steer. Yeah, much more stable traction, much more stable. The front wheel does slightly turn. It's hard to see. If I wobble it, you can probably see it wobble. So if you're at speed, you can turn using that. But as soon as you stop, you can just neutral steer. Yeah, tracks take up a lot less space. So the downside of tracks, they don't have suspension. Upside of wheels, or downside of wheels, they're bigger, more complex, less stable, and yeah. In my opinion, tracks just kind of work. This kind of works because it actually looks really nice as like a BMP, or not BMP, Brian, BTR 80 style, like 8 wheels. Make track suspension, 2 rails, 1x1 motors. Diesel electric is actually really awful. Like, from someone who's used diesel electric as their main, like, movement system for a long time, diesel electric does not work well. Yeah, universally less efficient. Um, there is a way you could do track suspension. Like, don't get me wrong, but it's just like, eh. Like here, let me just take this. Let me just take this real quick because this works really well, and I'm gonna put some tanks or track suspension on it. I don't need any of these because I'm not gonna be using wheels. I'm just gonna cut these off just so they don't get in the way. And suspension. I'm gonna use this because it can transfer power. I need to make more room. Yeah, that's another thing is like size. Building in a suspension mechanism is a pain. And when there's so many other things to worry about, like armor, like every other component of the tank, the suspension's not usually the biggest issue. Also, start building in white. Linear tracks plus pivot that transfers RPS. Yeah, the rigid body on tracks is annoying. Honestly, you don't have to have your drive wheel at the back as long as it's like in one of the corners. The game doesn't really care too much. So for me, when I want to do like track suspension, what I normally do is just also you don't have dampening, you just have power on these. You don't have any like defined settings that come with the car ones. But usually what I do when it comes to suspension, I'll actually change the tracks track tension, and it gives them some level of sponginess. Oh, because I didn't merge those. Okay, that's why. I merged these over here. I also discovered piston suspension when I was working with like my drift cars and some of my early suspension vehicles, because I'd use pistons to put tension on the springs, and then I realized the springs were getting overpowered. It was actually the pistons absorbing a lot of the load. So I experimented with that, and then when I went to my kneeling tanks, it worked a lot better. Also, this is going to be awful as a tank because I geared the turning to the wheels. This looks derpy as fuck. I love it. It literally just looks like a tank that's been bolted to a tractor chassis. That rear overhang, yeah. Oh, the tracks won't pivot. Yeah, they don't. They just go up and down. But they do absorb. The problem with like making tracks pivot is I've worked with that, and my problem with that is is too easy for the physics to freak out. Like, way too easy for the physics to freak out. Like, I'll say this, before the weapons DLC came out, when they first like added tracks, I was playing and messing with tracks and track suspension and like track engines, and long story short, it didn't work out well. Um, Either it was overly complicated or just the physics engine did not like it. Do the pistons actually you mentioned StormWorks scrap mechanic. Um the Do pistons transfer a power though? Because these can transfer power. A BT-7S tank. It wouldn't be hard to make the tank. Like, but one of the big caveats of the BT-7 is its suspension. Like the only way I'd really see track like suspension working on a tank is if you're planning on doing like large jumps and falls and cushioning yourself a bit so you don't like bounce and break something. You know what? You could do a BT-7 tank if you did the whole like wheels in tracks design. That would work well, I think. I could also see suspension playing a role if we ever get to like full stabilized systems, like full stabilized turrets. 'Cause I could see suspension helping with that. Honestly, setting up like now that you've shown me the artillery fragmentation, it's really tempted to go over to artillery fragmentation because that's kind of yeah. And one other thing when it comes to like the rules that I'm still like half debating on is the size constraints because I would when I originally like envisioned battles, I really wanted to have the two hangars be the battles, like the battlefront. Um, the problem being with that though is like the actual distance to travel to actually enter combat is a pain. And even when like it's only this distance here, I've had so many issues like myself and those I've been playing with where there's tanks stop working, tanks flip over, a random bit of geometry in the like the terrain kills the vehicle. A custom map. How would we is there a custom map? Or like how would we even make a custom map? That's my question also. Multiple Dusty, that would be interesting, but I'm also very concerned that trying to organize, I don't know, seven, eight, 10 people together for a video would be a, a bit of a pain. I've messed with the mission editor um in several tanks. Um like I've messed with the mission editor a little bit and I couldn't figure it out. And the I meet it admittedly I did very like little testing add-on editor. Um, but I could not get like even a vehicle to appear in base. So edit objects. Is there a way um to add like a build zone? Um, ID type food trolley office desk book television. if there was a way where we can just be like, oh, let's real quick throw in an add-on where we have all of our tanks, but admittedly in battle, just doing that. So let's save this as tank on creative. Now let's go to the add-ons. Add-on overview, test location. Did that spawn them? You gotta remember where the creative one is in this set. Oh, if I remember correctly, it's somewhere like, there it is, up in the frozen section. Okay. So what we could possibly do if we use add-ons, because this isn't that hard to do. I would just have to save their vehicle, essentially. This is just a leopard that I have saved. I'd essentially just have to have a workshop of that person's tank. So let's do add-on, manage add-on, test. Yeah? Let's see. I want to see something. I want to see like what the biggest add-on location is. Let's delete this location. Let's add. Let's go look at one of the air bases because that's probably the best. Oh, yeah, like the airbase is the size of an add-on location. So what I'd have to do is So as for classes, that comment was brought up. I have considered like making the amount of tanks, so the amount of respawns equal to the cost of the tank. So if you make a cheap tank, you can get 4 or 5 of them. If you make an expensive tank, you get 1 or 2 of them. That kind of like balance, but so far, version 1 of the rules, it's just 3 lives essentially. Um, let's actually look at the map. So we could have 2 different locations. This just be an add-on, and then we would add on test this. So here, let me look at the map. And let's just say, you know what, O'Neill and the North Harbor. Let's just do those because those are what we were already using. Does the North Harbor even show up on this? Or did I already pass it? Let's go to the top. All right. So there's North Harbor. There's O'Neill. So let's limit. The fuck is limit do? Let's edit the objects and let's just say over there. We place 3 of these. Is there a way to rotate? Rotation. Okay, we're gonna place 3 of these here. We're gonna save this. Add tank on dock. And then we'll go to this one. Oh, nope, not select. Edit. And for this one, we'll just go. Let's grab a different tank, make sure it's like working. Mark 20. And then test location. I'm guessing I'd have to make one with like this. Here. But you can't see stuff in the add-on screen? Okay, so these are here. Now if I go to add-ons, Testing a mission. Will these be over here? No. I can only test one at a time. And I'm not sure if that would work with multiplayer, though, either. Yeah, I know you have to enable add-ons when you make the world, but I'm just testing these add-ons. And if, for example, I give the player the ability to just spawn at the hangar, I can spawn here with my tank, regardless how size it is. It just means that for every single battle I do, this would be my spawn. Let's see something. I'll look something up. Is there a map of all the different like spawn locations, if that makes sense? Where I can just see where all the benches are? Alright, have a good night, Dusty. Um, I'm also curious about something. Just put a tank on top of this. Okay, that's really big, but also still not doing what I wanted to. Yes, I know I can make it float. Oh, hi, hon. I wasn't talking where. Oh, did you message me? Um, okay, so I built it backwards. Good to know. That is still extremely far away from the dock. That's not helpful. Could I... Let me save this real quick. Save this as just brick. Let's do add-on, add-on. Edit objects. Box, plate, glass. Container. I hope that didn't load this into the workshop. Oh, this is promising. Okay, it needs to be back and a little bit higher. Turn the dock into a... Okay, that's doable. I want to make a... That may just be the add-on we use, and that way we can do vehicles as big as we want. Yes, Vapor. Ooh, ooh, frame rate, frame rate. Stilts and a ramp that extends. I haven't worked with enough flyers to like even consider doing the Millennium Falcon again. Good night, Spartan. Control to connect quicker. Thank you. I didn't know that was a thing. Brick. Can I add creatures? I can add animal, but not creature? What? Not sure how that makes sense, but okay. Oh. The problem is I can't build stilts that go far enough down into the water. I could build essentially flotation. Oh no, it wouldn't be able to reach. Just because when I built this thing in the structure and it fell, no. Let's see, add-on, yes, edit, delete, load vehicle, the brick. Well, my ballast system not only works, it works way too well. No, I don't want to spawn the brick here. Is static. Oh. Yeah, I could probably just enable is static. Yeah, I could just do that. Let me just undo everything I've done. Because I just need this like plate now. That's all I need. So now, hopefully this doesn't explode immediately. I don't think my tank spawned where I expected it to. Nope. Real quick. Clear all vehicles because my frame rate seems to be diving. Oh, because it's like really low down. Okay. So I think that works. Let's see. That's in the middle, a little bit to the front. So let me go to edit. Let me move it over a bit. That should be more centered. I'm actually going to move this out so it's not clipping. All right, let's see if I can retroactively add that or if I need to make a new world. Okay, frame rate is 150, 160, 100, right around there. Let's see if I load this add-on. Test. It does dip down quite a bit. Okay, I need to change that so it's not two parts. For some reason, there's a edge over there. Okay. You know what? Fuck it, I'm not gonna mess with that. It's not worth my time. However, the frame rate is mildly annoying. I wonder if I teleport far away from it, if it'll settle down some. Okay, I'm back up to 160. Is there a way in the add-on editor to just like say screw physics? Keep vehicle active false, is editable, false, show on map, false, transponder active, false. I wish I could see the rest of these, but it's stuck behind a menu. What is that? Is invulnerable, true. So let's quit to main menu, say quit. Alright, let's load game. This one. Okay, I do have to like make a new world to add the add-on. But that'll really only take effect in the actual battles. And with that, I could actually just lift the size constraint pretty much. Like, I really don't think the hangar and the dock are so off in size. You shouldn't be filling the hangar. You shouldn't be filling the dock either. So, I think at this point, I'm getting like tired. I know I didn't actually work on the tank much, but we did get some like some good armor stuff done. Also, I do think I have the turret now. Let me go back and grab um this. I actually really like this design. I am also curious to like mess with artillery guns. But what? This has, I think we said 23 rounds in it. It's got some decent gun depression and elevation. It's only a 3 tall turret. Cause like, I think that would be its limit. And I could possibly ram a battle cannon or a heavy auto cannon onto this. Maybe it would conflict with the armor. That would be an issue though. Yeah, it's a cleft turret. Hello. It's one of those things that, like, if I were to keep my tank small and hard to hit, and then have the armor if I get hit. Or go bigger, go armored, and just be like, yeah, I'm a heavy tank. Inverse pyramids for the armor. So here, I'm going to save this real quick. Load this. Essentially, the reason I'm using the inverse pyramids is because, well, they're really easy to use. They're really compact. And if, for say, I do this, I can do... There's the last layer is the heavy armor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And these all get calculated as their own layer. Not only that, but they fill up more of the block than wedges do. So if I were to just put like an actual block here, and then a row of wedges, you can see that's just a little bit smaller than the actual brick is, the actual block. You see the corners are cut and there's a little gap on the side, a little gap on the bottom. There's like a small gap around the edges. This is a full block. This is a wedge. And you have this giant chunk cut out of the bottom. And if you do it right, and you layer your armor properly, you can actually get the entire plate to be separated like these are. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it is a little bit like this layer is a little bit broken, so there are some gaps. 7 layers of armor here. Linear tracks are more reliable. This setup is very finicky. Like, yeah, you can already tell it's not symmetrical. You look like there, you could see there's a gap. It's not symmetrical. That is part of the issue with this setup. Actually, this one's wrong. There. That's better. That's actually safer. More reliable. Yeah. That works better. But yeah, it's really finicky actually getting these layers, because the game kind of like auto-generates these layers. So even if you have a symmetrical vehicle, your armor might not be symmetrical. Like here, you have these 2 big plates. You have this plate and that plate, which is good. But here you have this plate, this plate, this plate, this plate, that plate, and it's just like, even though the construction is symmetrical, the outcome is not. Hmm. Yeah, it's not. It's just that, like, you do have to, like, be finicky with it sometimes. And sometimes you're just not going to get the result you want, so you just have to kind of accept that. Frontally, you might be impenetrable, but side on, you're going to have a lot of random gaps. A lot of random, like, bits and bobs. And frontally, this is gorgeous. Like, look at that layering. And it, as I said before, it actually incorporates the side slopes and the top slope as well. So if I get hit, say, on the very top, it'll strike what? 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds, 4 layers. If I strike in the middle, I'll get so many, and then so many, and then, yeah. Which, of course, I could increase this and add extra layers inside the top here to compensate for that. Like, I could put layers here. To except for that, this side did not work out well. This side actually, like, just broke. Linear tracks are more reliable, I think. But this is simpler and allows for more dynamic shaping of the armor. Yeah, these would also help negate jamming. Yeah, I think this is going to be the turret for the Mark 30. Like battle cannon, I could put rockets on this. I could also put like a light autocannon or heavy autocannon somewhere in this setup. As much as like this stream was a bit lackluster because I we kind of goofed around a lot. Um, I do think the size constraint might be going away really quickly because of that, I guess, discovery, so to say. It's like, that's gun depression. That's good gun depression. I can actually probably go more than that. That's some pretty good gun elevation. Not amazing, but more than usable, I think. And I'm still really tempted to like do something with an autocannon somewhere on this. Also, you can kind of do those as well. Just get a little extra armor in those small spaces. Like for this, when it comes to actual armor, you do have to be a little bit careful using like the bigger stuff. So let's just say I'm going to use this. Work that's going to cause an issue. I know it is. Hmm. This might cause an issue. 1, 6. Now is it going to look nice? No, it's not, of course. Like here, for example. This side looks lovely. This side does not. And like that, we still don't have amazingly good-looking plates because that thing keeps wanting to do shit. There we go. Not perfect, but still a lot better. And then this down here is just like... And I'm curious if I can make... already not off to a good start. Eh. Yeah, at this point it's just a little bit redundant because I already have enough armor thickness. All I'm doing is adding more, essentially. Yeah, this... Even if I don't use this for combat, I actually do want to finish this vehicle because it looks lovely. Like, really looks nice. Getting that over to work. Yep, I'll see you around, Vapor. And with that, I think I'm also going to go ahead and end this stream here. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for sticking around. And until next time.